Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Yo, I got a lot of shit to say, so I'ma do this every day. I'll be writing things until I'm fucking buried in my grave.
We copy.
Phone number?
Reporting domestic 1828 bonds, 101016.
Phone name.
411, we're on scene.
411 on scene.
One minute.
Horton Baker.
410 Baker.
The 411, we tried call back. There's nobody out here. No vehicle. Nobody honking.
Okay. .410 domestic argument 1828 bond near East Florence. Callers arguing with her husband Jason Eagle. White male, blue shirt, brown shorts, currently inside. She's on the porch. 1828 bond, 410.
Copy.
40, checking your safety, 40.
40, I was the downtown. 46,
46. .411, the female's not there. You can come in service.
Great.
And I'll show you how to back to Nevada.
Okay, from the last location.
All good. You're done. Yeah. Good to go. Yeah, thank you. Let me get you a pay card. You don't have, do you have direct deposit? Bank? Oh. Bank? Do you have a bank? What'd they say? Well, Marcus was going in there at 10. So. I think. Well, no, they need 2 backups. They need 2 full 2 backups. Give it, right? We did do those, you could call those Sorry, guys. Fucking nuts in here already. All right, let's find some stuff to watch. Okay, we're gonna watch some Crowder for now. The scanner's pretty quiet.
We're back to ABC, NBC, CBS. Back in the day where there are only 3 networks, there are only a handful of companies. Monopolize most of the space. And another handful of companies who monopolize the advertising space that allows them to exist. And they've decided that your viewpoint, that of half the country, that of American exceptionalism, First Amendment, Second Amendment, God, faith, family, that's not allowed on the big boy networks, which are now YouTube and Google. They've gone a step further, and they've said, you know what?
That's why we're going to switch over to Rumble in a bit.
We want to take everything else. Nope, no Rumble. No alternative. Even though you're not dependent upon us as advertisers, we don't like that. We know you're independent. You've got Mug Club. No. We want to make it so that you can't broadcast at all. These are mob tactics. And it is not a coincidence that this is happening right now leading up to the election. And we have another story here later on as it relates directly to voter rolls, which will send a chill down your spine. We have all the receipts. So let me first and foremost explain to you. Let's set up who this person is.
AJC, someone.
It's Diageo is one of the world's largest alcohol distributors, right? They basically control the biggest brands out there. Johnny Walker, Tanqueray, Aviation, Ciroc, Casamigos, Captain Morgan, Kettle One. I mean, you're talking about countless others. That's one arm. But Diageo, who've targeted all conservative viewpoints, to be clear, conservative viewpoints, your viewpoint is non-compliant. And it's not enough for it to be non-compliant with woke YouTube and Google. It's non-compliant to be allowed on the internet. Diageo has direct influence, connections to the world's largest advertising conglomerate. It's the World Federation of Advertisers. Okay. They describe themselves as the only global network for marketers. The WFA represents 90% of global marketing communications spend. Let me draw a few more lines here. 2019, the WFA established the Global Alliance for Responsible Media, GARM for short. Crappy acronym. GARM was created to, and I quote the WFA, the people who have targeted all conservatives on the internet, address the challenge of illegal or harmful content on digital media platforms and its monetization via advertising. Diageo is a member of GARM's steering arm. That's a decision-making body. They say they are responsible for setting priorities for GARM, addressing impacts, approving solutions. Okay, so what does this mean? This means that the people who have sent an email directly to the CEO of Rumble requesting that not only this by name, but anyone who shares the point of view be removed for non-compliance or face bankruptcy, control 90% of the world's advertising dollars. You know, there's a lawsuit, right, with X and Rumble going on over a monopolization of advertising dollars. But it's not enough for them to monopolize what happens on YouTube and Google. They've got to control what happens off of these platforms. They have to ensure that these platforms don't exist. At what point do we do something about it? What point do people start banding together? Do you understand the severity of this? Do you understand that all of this, and by the way, this follows the hit pieces, the smear campaigns that you've seen on yours truly. We haven't really spoken about it. Same PR agencies, same advertising firms who have put a target on our back. This follows all of that because they also know what happens come election time. I can say this on Rumble. Hey, thanks, Chris, for your brass pendulous pair. I can say that this election right now is being stolen before your eyes. You search the assassination attempt on the man who would have been president if the vote were held that day. You memory hole it, that's stealing an election, guys. Make no bones about it. That's stealing an election. Not about Dominion voting machines. Making sure that you can't find information on the candidate you want to support, that's stealing an election. Making sure that the home of the largest election streams online of all time don't have the ability to broadcast, not only on what's supposed to be a free and open platform like YouTube, but any other platform, that is stealing an election. Making sure that the Hunter Biden laptop story that affects you, the voter, corruption, and using the FBI at the same time to meet with big tech?
He's not lying.
To tell them how to enforce it? Think about this. The FBI went to Google and YouTube. They said, you're going to play ball. All right. The White House went to Google and YouTube. But it's not enough because YouTube doesn't have enough of a stranglehold anymore. So now they've got to use mob tactics to intimidate everybody else into silence. Do you want a difference? Go and build your own YouTube? Someone did. Someone did. And someone is standing for something. And guess what? The arrows come anyway. 90% of the world's advertising dollars. But it's not about the advertising dollars. I don't want their money. We don't want their money. We don't take their money. You support us. We are actually funded by viewers like you. And so the tactic is, hey, YouTube, make sure they don't have a voice, because as long as Mug Club, as long as Louder with Crowder, as long as these people have a voice, then individuals can support them. We have to bar individuals from supporting them. And YouTube says, all right, sir, say no more. Rumble says, no, we're going to allow people to speak freely. Okay, really? You're going to go bankrupt, because we're going to tell all of our friends, 90% of the world's advertising dollars, that you're blacklisted unless you ensure that these people don't have a voice. Who are these people? They made it very clear. Any right-wing content is non-compliant. That's where we are. Let me tell you a little bit about Diageo. Didn't take a long amount of time and I'll get to the lawsuit, and I'll get to the emails. Didn't take a significant amount of time to find out that they are ESG and DEI activists. And by how much time? I mean 4 seconds to go to their main page and hit one drop-down tab. Per their website, Spirit of Progress, our ongoing ESG action plan, addresses the most significant environmental and social opportunities and risks Diageo faces. It has 3 priorities: to promote positive drinking, nice, champion inclusion and diversity, and pioneer grain-to-glass sustainability. So the people who want to silence you, the people who want to forbid you as grown adults from choosing the content you want to watch, or the candidate you can vote for. But you understand that, right? These same people are involved in determining whether someone is eligible for the presidency. You don't get to vote who you want to vote for. You don't get to watch who you want to watch. You don't get to spend money where you want to spend money, because these people know better than you. You can't even vote with your dollar in most instances, because you don't even know what's going on. And when something, God forbid, transparent exists, like Mug Club, the only way that this show exists, if you don't join up, we go away. And we can look ourselves in the mirror. When something transparent like that appears, where you know exactly where your dollar is going, well, that has to stop. We have to make sure that Americans still have the wool over their eyes, and they don't know our relationship with Dunkin' Donuts, which broke my heart. Used to love Dunkin', will never take another sip. I don't know what I'll do with my bonus points. They don't know about this company. We have to make sure that it's cloaked and they don't know, so that their dollars, Americans' dollars, are going to fund things they hate and people who hate them. Here's an ESG video featured on the Diageo YouTube website. One and the same. That's cute. Diageo's Instagram, by the way, is also just filled to the brim with woke. We wanted to show you their ex, but that's been privated. Wouldn't want you to be in a place where you can openly discuss and provide your feedback. It's a lot easier to control the comments on Instagram or your own YouTube channel, isn't it? Kind of like removing the dislike button once former Vice President Biden became president. Notice there's one side that wants accountability, one side that wants transparency, and one side that wants to end the conversation outright. Walk through a timeline here. 2021, Diageo's Chief Marketing Officer, Christina Diazandino. I hope I'm saying that wrong. spoke to, again, 90% of all advertising in the world, spoke to the World Federation of Advertisers about, well, this is compliant, DEI.
The work that all of our brands have done these years has been tremendous, not only in quantity, but in quality. Diageo has been working on diversity and inclusion for many years now. Some of the work that we've continued to do in including a more diverse audience and representation is portrayed on the recent Bailey's ad for Halloween, where the LGBTQ plus community is represented through three exceptional drag queens. And that work really included work with some partners like Involve, as well as our Rainbow Network internally, to make sure that that representation really was a testament to how people wanted to see themselves. And I think it's been beautiful and incredibly well received.
That last part, aside from that being gross, that last part is very important. It's been incredibly well received. By who? Who? Hey, have you seen the Olympics lately? Seen the XY chromosome fights with women? Sorry, I mean abominations. Have you seen the feedback globally? Have you seen the polling data? The overwhelming majority of people don't support this. What they mean is it's been received beautifully by the money folk, by the folks in control. Not you, the people who want to see drag queen story time. Because Diaz-Andino was named Marketer of the Year in 2022 by WFA, in charge of 90% of the world's advertising dollars. The people in charge of 90% of the world advertising dollars think that you want to drink Bailey's because some drag queens took a sip. They also think that you shouldn't have the ability to watch this or to vote for Donald Trump. It's the same people. That's how they wield their power. So it's Goliath, and make no mistake, it is Goliath. Without a hint of hyperbole, the Roman Empire didn't have as much power as about 5 companies that exist in the world today. They control all information, and they control who's allowed a seat at the table as it relates to trade. What does that mean? They control who is permitted to make a living. So they use their ESG, DEI-driven power to do what? This week, X and Rumble announced that they would be suing the WFA and GARM for antitrust. And according to a March House Judiciary Committee report sent by Jim Jordan, evidence obtained by the committee suggests that GARM members, led by Steer team members, are colluding to demonetize conservative platforms and voices. This coordination does not always revolve around brand safety and harmful content, as GARM publicly claims, but instead the desire to censor conservative and other views that GARM members disfavor. Yep, I wouldn't say evidence. I wouldn't say suggests. I would say these companies reached out and said any content like the content you see before you is non-compliant, and we will shut down any potential revenue. Go and build your own YouTube. Hey, if you believe that, you can still kind of do that. Watch on Rumble. Join Mug Club. You want a world where these people, the only way to strip them of their power is to support the creators that you want to see directly. 2024. That's where we are. No door number 2. Chris Pavlovsky, the most testicularly fortified CEO in the tech industry right now, broke this down a little more yesterday on Fox Business.
What happens here is once you have a huge consortium that creates a monopoly across all the big ad budgets that dictate a brand safety standard, they then can now discriminate against certain voices on other platforms. If they don't like what some speech might happen on Rumble or X, they can say, we're not going to touch that, which then causes advertising rates to go higher because now they're only accessing a certain portion of the market, and then drives higher prices for their shareholders and their brands. This harms the advertisers, the shareholders. It creates higher fees for the agencies, and also harms Rumble creators and Rumble viewers in the Rumble platform.
On Facebook on the hiring page, and I see that you guys have open availability for downtown Cleveland.
I'm going to read you again the letter
419-973.
email to Chris Pavlovsky
Once again, that's 419.
from the Diageo Trusted Marketplace. Funny words. I'd appreciate no further contact unless the nature of your platform undergoes a dramatic shift. What does that mean? 90% of the world revenue in your will be available to you unless you do what we say. So this is not, hey, we don't want our advertisers, we don't want our commercials specifically on this content. They could do that. There's also a problem with that because they box out conservative advertisers. I know because I am one. I've been on both sides of it. Conservative advertisers can't advertise on a lot of these platforms. So they're not offered the option to grow their company. Why? Because these people control 90% of it. But that's not what they're saying. They're not just saying, hey, Rumble, we don't want to advertise on XYZ. That's fine. Many times I wouldn't want to advertise on me. What they're saying is the nature of your platform undergoes a dramatic shift. What does that mean? They're saying you will not exist. You will go bankrupt unless there's a shift. Let me tell you what the shift is, and I quote, there is no scenario where we approve a platform that has Steven Crowder, Alex Jones, or the like. The content of your platform is non-compliant. That's not saying we don't want to advertise on Steven Crowder. That's not saying we don't want to advertise on Alex Jones. The same people who have been saying that YouTube is a free and open platform are telling you right now, we will not allow you to be a free and open platform. It would be one thing if you said, okay, your platform don't like these individual creators, we're not going to advertise there. They are saying, we will guarantee you an inability to make a living if your free and open platform is a free and open platform. Why? Because it's not about their advertising dollars. It's about you. They can take away their advertising. That happened on YouTube. We've been demonetized. Fine. $3 million a year lost. That would have covered our election plans this year. Okay, your sandbox. That's fine. It's an open platform, different rules for advertising. They could pull the advertising. Nope. They're saying you have to pull the ability of these people to be funded directly by their viewers. Until you do that, we're going to destroy everything. And we're not just trying to control YouTube. We're coming for X. We're coming for Rumble. We're coming for all of it. They are no longer trying to act as though this is a free and open platform. They are telling you, they are telling the CEOs that free and open platforms are forbidden. So what we have in the span of a week is the legacy tech company, the biggest, most powerful, incredibly left-leaning company, who demonetized us. They thought that would end us. We survived because of you, Mug Club. That's the only reason we're still here today. They demonetized us. That didn't work. Suspend us after the election stream. Largest of all. Suspend us for the next election. Suspend us now. Tell us that we will be removed permanently unless we play ball. The same week that we received a letter from YouTube saying, you are no longer allowed to criticize the LGBTQ community in their letter, that's a violation of policy. That same week, the people in charge of 90% of the world's advertising revenue, which is how everyone makes a living online, say, well, what's going on? They're doing, I thought you took them off YouTube. They're doing okay off of YouTube? Let's stop that too. We had 17 million people who watched the election stream in 2020. You were here with us. We saw the pipe burst. We saw the Bristol boards go over the voting precincts in Detroit and the red wagons come in. We covered it in real time. It's the biggest election stream that took place on YouTube. And then we were banned for midterms. So we streamed straight to Rumble and had a few million people.
Yeah,
and that's still a few million too much. They're not just removing you from their platforms. Unless you fight back, they're going to remove all of you from every possible platform. It's the same playbook. Just make him ineligible. That doesn't work? Well, you saw the next step. Same thing with big tech. Remove the name. Destroy the reputation. Remove their ability to make a living. Now render them ineligible to make a living anywhere. And all of this right before the most important election of our lifetimes. Think that's a coincidence? So, yeah, I don't fear the advertising dollars. We don't get them. If you ask me, am I scared? Yeah, scared if these people are actually able to remove any alternative platforms. Rumble won't remove us, thank God. But these people have the ability to remove Rumble from the internet if they don't remove us. Because they make sure that they can't generate any revenue. Yeah, why am I scared? Scared because we need to reach you. All we ask is a platform so we can use our voice. We can do that, we talk to you. And you can choose to support or not. We make it really simple. There's a donation page. There's a bunch of different, there's Mug Club, louderwithcreditor.com/Mug Club. You can join. $89 annually. Or, you know what? Right now, $24 off. We still have the promo code FYouTube. FYouTube, you can join. You can click that button if you're watching on Rumble. It's incumbent upon you. And you know what? If enough of you say, hey, it's not worth it, we're okay with it. Or we haven't delivered enough here. We try to add value, whether it's not just the Daily Show, but also the election coverage that we're planning, also the investigative journalism unit, which they also tried to shut down, including intelligence agencies. One day, it all just disappears. And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that if you decide. Not Diageo. Not the WAF or whatever, or GARM. They don't get to decide. You get to decide. And right now, you're going to make just like we do. How are you going to stand against the mob? How are you going to fight like hell? How are you going to make a fundamental shift in your mindset? You're used to things on the internet being free. This is what free looks like.
Thank you.
You have Nick DiPaolo here, and he was good friends with the comedian Patrice O'Neill. And he had a quote that still rings true with me today. He said, you always owe. Always somebody you owe. We're so concerned with who owes what in D.C. We know it. And in Hollywood, a lot of people don't know that 90% of the industry owes this organization. and they better play ball. Not only do they need to play ball, they need to not be seen with you. You used to free content? This is what free looks like. Do you know where it goes? The only content that exists is the content that they deem acceptable. Nothing critical of LGBTQ AIP. Nothing that questions the results of the election. Nothing that questions the motivation, the lack of accountability, liability, the effectiveness of the mRNA injection. Nothing that questions lockdowns. Nothing that questions the CDC. Nothing that questions a vice presidential candidate who turned his state into a trans refuge state where children can transition. None of that is permissible. If these people say, 90% of the industry says so, and 90% of advertisers say no one can have a voice on any platform, the only way you fight back, if you don't have a platform yourself, it's to support the content, support the people who do, support the tools you use that you thought were free. Because this is what free looks like. I can't do for you as good as free. I can do $24 off today with the promo code FYouTube. If it's not worth it to you, I appreciate your time. And hopefully we'll still be here for years to come. But nothing's free. We now know what free looks like. Between now and election, it's a sprint. It's a sprint not just for a national election, it's a sprint for the spirit of this country and your ability to choose what you watch, what you eat, who you support, and the mere ability to speak at all. We've been here for a long time. I hope we're here for a much longer time. This season is war. We all here received strikes across my two YouTube channels. We saw this coming. We here know exactly why it's happening. It's why we said it would be happening. We know exactly who is behind it. And I give you my word, I know how it ends. I know exactly how it ends. This doesn't end with a whimper. It doesn't end with our decision to remain silent. And it certainly doesn't end with us here, Mug Club, being intimidated into abandoning our friend. This election is making it so clear. And I'm not just talking about people or hero worship. I'm talking about the platform of ideas. You have a platform that lied to the American people. Let me be clear. We aren't stopping now. We aren't stopping before the next election season. We aren't stopping if there's a behind-the-scenes video or if an army of buzz-cutted lesbian chain gangers and blue-haired, barely passable transsexuals come battering down the door. Because that's what you better send, an army. Guess what? We have one. Here. Right now. Right now. It's you. Hey, YouTube. Fuck you. All right, a little levity. We got Captain Morgan, number 2 CEO.
How you doing, sir?
I'm doing all right.
It's a day, isn't it?
It is a day.
We thought the Vox apocalypse was big. This is 90% of the ad dollars in the world.
Well, it's just like the current DNC ticket. They're saying out in the open what they used to hide.
Yes.
Vox Apocalypse said, no, it's not because it's conservative, it's because it's hateful. Now they say it's because it's conservative. And we have, of course, in third chair, you can see all of his dates at nickdip.com, and he's going to be in Jacksonville, Florida, August 9th. Nick, sorry, I know as I was taking the...
No, it was great.
Yeah.
It was great. I'm ready to go out. Put me in, coach.
Well...
There's nothing to talk about anymore. I don't know where it goes from here, but I like the fact that it's so threatened by you.
Well, it's not. It's not just made. They know that they have to pick someone to target, but they're really threatened by Rumble. They're threatened by any alternative.
Well, yeah.
It has to not exist. And a little levity. Let's talk about voter fraud.
Something else we got struck for? Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
So this is another story. If that wasn't enough before, and you want to know how much of an impact you're making with Mug Club, we had 17 million people tune in to the election, and I lost sleep over it because I knew that some shenanigans were going on, but I couldn't prove it in real time. Afterward, we were able to do some checking and going through voter rolls, and we're along the ride of what we did. If you weren't, some of that content was removed from YouTube. Major change just took place last night. Again, just stick with me for 10 minutes here, because it's spine chilling. So there was a huge voter integrity win, and it's developing in Nevada right now as we speak. Now, we here are 0 parts surprised when I read Clark County, Nevada. It wasn't a Clark County, Nevada. Clark County, Nevada. How do I? It was
Closer.
Clark County, Nevada. Figures. Because we did a little work
I
there.
think you just gotta.
When people tell you there is no evidence whatsoever of foul play in voting, there's quite a bit. 2020, to give you an idea, the margin of victory in Nevada, 33,000 votes. Okay? Round up to 34,000. All right. That's not a lot. Let alone Arizona with 10,000 votes.
Yeah.
And was called with, I believe, 0.00002% of the vote in. Don't quote me on it. Which won't happen this election.
It's an estimate.
Fred Bear.
Looks like Curious George. So afterward, we thought, hold on a second. What's going on here? Voting up, obviously. We saw some anomalies. But going back right after that election, we, right here, because of your support, again, no advertising dollars at this moment in time, Mug Club entirely, we investigated some registered voters at fake addresses because we cross-referenced voter rolls with some, I won't give you exactly everything that we did because it required a lot of technical work, and there's some trade secrets here that we want to be able to keep in reserve. Fake addresses, fake votes. We went straight to the locations, and I don't know which portions of content were banned from YouTube, but a good portion of it was. 2020 election, here's what we did. Susan Ray Emery, 1732 Yale Street, apartment 409, right about now. Well, hold on a second.
There's nothing there.
That one's even detailed. It's apartment 409. This is Susana Maria Lopez, 1009 South 17th Street. Junior Choi, you can explain to us. So what is this exactly?
Okay, so I actually took multiple pictures and videos of this one because there was no T175. So basically, the house numbers start from 2730 and end at 2834 on that street.
I missed that intern.
There's a whole episode of that.
I missed the trash TikTok promo he did.
Yes, I do. His dad is still my doctor.
Yeah.
Good family. So I can't tell you that everything was correct. And the reason I say that is because no one wanted to confirm it in a position of authority who could confirm it. But I can laser in on one and tell you that if people say there is no proof, absolutely proof of one in Nevada, this was an address. We investigated. It was 353 West Bonneville Avenue. And before you watch this, there's more to this story because the address was changed in secret to a new fake address. 353 West Bonneville Avenue in, you guessed it, Nevada, Clark County. This is Christina Joy Rayagupana. Hopefully I'm getting that right. Voted from 353 West Bonneville Avenue now.
Wait,
what was that house?
I don't know.
So that was one of many. We were sending interns out, and people just go, "Hey, look, go check these addresses. These are the ones that we see are fishy." And we never showed you the ones that just sometimes there were changes of addresses or there were technical issues. We showed you the ones where it seemed pretty clear this was not a place. The person wasn't voting from a manhole cover. That was published on February 23rd, 2021. Okay. The next day, in secret, Clark County updated the voter rolls and changed the address to 353 East Bonneville Avenue. See, it was West Bonneville Avenue. They changed it after our video was published the next day to East Bonneville Avenue. Here's why this is really scary, for those who don't remember. The address change was made Wednesday, February 24th, 2021, in violation of their very clear public policy. The policy was that any corrections to voting rolls were made on Mondays. Here you go. It says, voter list data files are updated every Monday morning of each week. We released the video on a Tuesday. On a Wednesday, without notifying the public, they changed that address from east to west, or sorry, west to east.
Yeah.
Let me just repeat that one more time. Their policy is they only update voter rolls on Monday. We release a video on Tuesday. Wednesday, they violate their policy and update voter roll, changing the address from west to east. So we thought, hey, maybe that's an honest mistake. People could miswrite that. Maybe they didn't write down east or west at all, and so someone filled in the blanks. Well, just to be sure, we sent someone to the updated address and found that that voter never lived there on East Bonneville either.
All right, here's the paper showing the date, February 28th. Here is 353 East Bonneville, the main lobby. We're gonna go check it out. It's under the name Gupana. It's under the name Gupana, Christina. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. You're kidding. Is that even a unit number here? But it's not.
I can call and see if someone's with her.
Yeah, would you mind? I'm sorry, but no one was here.
Sorry, I don't have that name even in our system.
Okay, can I spell it for you?
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's Gupana. G-U-P as in Paul, A-N-A, Gupana.
I'm sorry, I can't do that for you.
Thank you so much.
Even Siri thought it was horse crap.
You're cheating in an election.
Yes. Now here's the thing. Maybe, because the people who would be in charge of investigating it, maybe there could be some kind of another technical error that they missed upon their second or third update. But there would be no way of knowing. There would be no way of confirming. And we then called the registrar of Clark County, Nevada, and asked what could be done, assuming that our findings were verified, which we did. I believe we sent. And while you were being told that there's no evidence whatsoever of any, not just voter fraud, irregular election findings, this is what the registrar. Assume for a second that I'm not lying about all of this, okay? Let's just go with me. Assume that you take 20 minutes out of your day as an official working there to maintain election integrity. You go there and you notice that Gupana doesn't live there either, as I am telling you. What's the recourse there? How do we fix it, considering that the election has already been conducted?
I'll have to check into that, but I'm not aware of a law that would allow us to do what you're asking. I'm not aware of a law that would allow us to take that sort of action, but
Thank you. That's exactly my issue, along with these thousands of other votes on the rolls. I appreciate your time. Dan, thank you. I hope that you go and visit that address. Appreciate it. So, to recap, send people to addresses that don't exist with people who may not even have ever lived there. We catch one that's really bad. In violation of their policy, the county changes the voter rolls, basically in the dead of night, when no one's looking, from west to east. We send someone there as well to follow up. Maybe we made a mistake, and they don't live there either. call the people who are supposed to ensure that your vote matters. And they say, there is nothing that can be done about it. There isn't even a law that suggests something can be done about it. Guess what? You vote? Okay. If that's not a legitimate vote, your vote it no longer counts. It doesn't matter. Just got canceled out. We just don't know how many votes get canceled out. But now, this just came out, I believe last night, the Nevada GOP announced that they were able to remove 90,000 inactive voters from Clark County, Nevada's voter rolls.
90,000?
90,000.
Now, it's important to note, inactive voters, people are like, oh, there's people that's where they go. They know you're not going to go check, you're not going to go vote, so they know they can steal that vote and go vote for whoever they want.
Mm-hmm.
That's why that's important.
And these are supposed to be purged.
Yeah.
That's supposed to be the process. Why? To ensure election integrity. So we thank you for your support. Then we were able to be the tip of the spear, and I'm glad that the Nevada GOP has done something about it. 90,000 inactive voters. Now, I'm not saying that that's 90,000 fraudulent votes. That is not what I'm saying. I want to be clear.
Right.
What I'm saying is you can't know because the county, Clark County, didn't know and couldn't do anything about it. Times that by 90,000. It's 90,000 question marks in a state that was one. Sarah, she's one.
Yep.
Who said, I really think these are solid leads, go check them out. We didn't have the infrastructure in place. We still caught it. We caught it to the degree it was effective enough that we had to be suspended, banned for a period because we caught it. Let me make this really clear. What we did in 2020, what we here, Mug Club, did in 2020 is child's play compared to what we are about to do this election. It is nothing compared to what we already have on the ground in major swing states and cities and what they are digging up right now before this election. And they will be there on election night with an army of volunteers and investigative journalists and more access to data in real time than anybody else.
One moment, please.
Because that happened and we felt helpless and you felt helpless. And we said, what can we do to ensure that this doesn't happen again? We can't guarantee it. We can guarantee you it doesn't happen in darkness. We did a telethon to ask you, the viewer, if you wanted to have this, the electoral integrity map, all of the investigative journalists, people down there in swing states. And many of you joined. Well, you know what? The costs have gone up because now we need to get more voter rolls. Now we're actually looking to develop some more tools here and algorithms that'll help us be more efficient. It's a few $1 million. Just consider it a very small portion of Rachel Maddow's salary, or a fifth of Jimmy Kimmel's salary, or take your pick on Fox News, Anderson Cooper. Call it $5 million is what it costs to have people on the ground there making sure that everything that takes place can be on record and something can be done about it. What we did in 2020, it's nothing. It's a drop in the ocean compared to what we are prepared to do this next election. We are going for broke. None of it, though. If you want to see that, you want to be here with us, there's no reason to tune in anywhere else that night. You don't need to tune in for entertainment and tune in somewhere else for up to the minute calling. This is the place. None of it happens without you. That's why the promo code is FUTube, because we don't know if we'll be on YouTube on election night. Maybe we'll be relegated to only Rumble again, as we were for the midterms. $24 off FUTube. Click that button if you're watching on Rumble. Join. And you know what? If you want, gift it to someone else. It determines what we can do, and it determines, as you've seen, how scared they are. The election live stream of the century. You just saw what happened with Nevada. Imagine dominoes falling in every state with corruption. Be there with us. I don't know how much longer we can continue on this path with our country. Big tech is absolutely, right now, still the biggest threat to a free people, to a constitutional republic. I have a problem with big tech and think they are a threat to a constitutional republic. Conservatives think that because of the hiding and throttling of information. I think that it's a threat to a free people, for example, to punt a story and label it as Russian disinformation, like the Hunter Biden laptop story.
This is the hard drive they're on right there.
Oh, my word. Or, for example, to say that the picture of Donald Trump getting up from an assassination attempt is misleading. I think that big tech is a threat to a free people when there is a lack of information, when they silence people. They hate and sue Rumble because they want less information.
All major tech platforms be responsible and be vigilant to ensure the American people have access to accurate information.
The left constantly wants to interfere and determine which information is allowed in the public square. This election is making it so clear, and I'm not just talking about people or hero worship, I'm talking about
You are currently being recorded.
against just Kamala Harris. He's going to be running for election against the entire media establishment.
Donald Trump is a great threat to our democracy.
He will be a dictator on day one.
Hitler was...
Did something change? Now is the time for you to be bold. It is time to match intensity. This November, 2024, we are gearing up for the election live stream of the century. We are going to not only have our own news data wire to be able to call states, as no one has been able to do outside of legacy media in the past. We are going to have on-the-ground reporters in every single major swing state, every major city in those states, and we are going to have the electoral integrity map, where not only can you fill it in yourself as far as the electoral vote, any funny business that is going on will be interactively available live right there. So we are trying to make sure that nothing happens in the dark, because last time, we were banned, by the way, from covering the midterm elections. 2024 kicked off YouTube just a week before happenstance. YouTube and Google. Because of Mug Club, we broadcast the single largest individual election live stream to occur on any other platform outside of YouTube. Doing it through Rumble, we can keep and growing because of Mug Club. And this is, without a doubt, the most important election of our life. Fight like hell, every inch. Would Michael Bay make that?
I'd love it.
I have expected to have what is it with every teaser now having a Transformer sound effects? It's a movie about farmers.
Yeah, but you ever heard farm equipment?
He was tilling the fields.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
A lonely grain silo. What is this, Dune?
Just apply it across the board.
I hate to do this to you guys, but I actually have to go get on the phone with Rumble CEO Chris Pavlovsky.
Okay.
So, you guys, look, you know where I stand, and I hope to be here with you as long as possible. Just not today. We gotta. Can someone fill in?
Yeah, we're not done. I'll come over there and we're
gonna try Chinese fire drill this thing.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go.
Where'd Josh come from? Everybody's right. What the
I want the seat, man.
No, it's mine.
I don't have to move.
Mine.
Oh yeah, we got to take Chinese stuff too.
Why do we have panda bears dancing on the screen right now?
It's a Chinese fire drill.
Ah, that makes sense.
Chinese.
I thought that was Japanese.
Hi. All right. Everybody, okay.
More. Enough of that.
This feels weird having this giant notepad over here.
I guess I should have watched Aranda. I'm like, why are those guys running around?
One note.
I was sitting here.
You instinctively, yeah, I am used to the tiny notepad. It doesn't mean anything about anything else. It's just.
I think it's thick though.
Whatever. Instinctively, though, even though you didn't know we were doing that, because you did this, you ran for this chair. Truck down the dog bed.
And then I realized you're a defensive end.
After Josh tried to do the same.
Hey, I'm just trying to make an opportunity for myself.
I was jumped by the talent of this show. Essentially.
It won't be the last time.
Yeah.
You don't want to be in this chair. All right, so look, we've obviously had a very serious show today, talking about some. So I mean, when this happened yesterday, I don't know that it fully hit me until I was like, man, the Vox Apocalypse, that was huge. This is bigger. 90% of the world. This is insane. 90% of the world's advertising dollars being controlled by this conglomerate. And all they have to do is have a company just say, and this was his point. This was Chris's point. Like, you don't want to advertise on Steven Crowder show. Fine. Nobody, you get to choose where you spend your ad dollars. But when you influence a company based on the fact that they have a conservative viewpoint, because they put both of us together. They put Alex Jones and us together. Said Steven Crowder, Alex Jones. Okay, make the argument you don't like our comedy. You think it's over the edge. Alex Jones's comedy? That's not what it was. It's the point. It's the viewpoint that we hold, and every bit of this goes away. Not just us, but everybody you love to hear from. So here's what you would then believe. Imagine Rumble goes away because of this. Imagine X goes away because of this. You have to believe that Kamala Harris was the darling of the left the whole time. You have to believe that Joe Biden was perfectly fit to be in office the whole time, because there are no voices telling you otherwise. It's just CNN, MSNBC carrying the water. They never have to do a mea culpa on Joe Biden, kind of like they did. You never get to pull up the clips of them saying, man, they should probably replace Kamala Harris on the bottom of the ticket because she's dragging it down, like they did, because shows like ours don't exist to show you that. That's what we're dealing with. But so now that we've got that out of the way, there's a little bit of kind of a mix of both worlds, a little bit of serious and kind of like we talked about Chris's pendulous pair. I haven't seen them, but his actions have shown us. I'm just saying, it's not like an outline on shorts that are too tight. It's just his actions show it every single time. He's flipping the middle finger to countries. Now he's flipping it to people controlling 90% of the revenue out there for him to go get. Yesterday, J.D. Vance showed his big balls in Eau Claire, Wisconsin, because he happened to land, or be at the airport, I should say, at the same time as Kamala Harris. And he made good use of the press, even though she will not.
I know you're covering the vice president here. I figured I'd come by and, one, just take a good look at the plane, because hopefully it's going to be my plane in a few months. But I also thought you guys might get lonely because the vice president doesn't answer questions from reporters.
Smooth.
It has been 17 days. Have they given you guys an explanation for why she won't take questions from reporters? No? Nobody? Okay, great. Well, I hope that you change your mind, because it'd be good for the American people, and I think it'd be good for you all if she actually ran a real meeting instead of one from a basement with a teleprompter. So, have a good one, guys. See ya.
I love that guy.
I'd love her to answer your questions. I'd love her to just answer what she wants to do, and also explain why every single position she has changed. She pretends to be a prosecutor, yet she pretends to be a tough on crime prosecutor, and yet here she is wanting to defund the police. She's the border czar, yet she's opened up the American southern border. This is a person who has to answer the questions from the media, and it's disgraceful that she votes for you guys. It's also insulting for the American people. But anyway, we're going to go do our event. I appreciate you guys being here. I wish she paid you some more attention. See ya.
Amen, brother.
I love it. Hey, I wanted to come get a look at the plane, because that's going to be my plane hopefully really soon. But also, I wanted to talk to you. Like, I think he is doing such a phenomenal job of being on absolute point on the issues, but doing it in a way that is like a finger in your chest. But I think there's something that we all miss. Tim, play that again for me.
Oh, I saw.
Just you did
from the top.
Just from the top. I think it'll be good. Wait until and pause.
Oh yeah.
Do you see the girl right there?
Yeah, security.
Oh, hey.
Yeah, security.
Do you see who that is?
Yeah, security from Target. Stupid, fat, chubby, useless.
She's been demoted, apparently.
She's looking around.
I'm telling you.
Yeah, that's a message by them.
Yes.
Demoted, that's a message by them.
Yes, but not fired. You're only going to be consequential enough to make sure we don't have somebody to replace the president.
I guess the tarmac wasn't slanted.
Yeah. Oh. They're totally fine. No slanted buildings around. We got you covered.
She's looking around. You see her like if she's in a movie. What are you looking for, stupid? A donut shop?
Gosh. And look, I love the fact that they did this. I love that he is fiery and feisty, but he's also doing it in a way that's not over the top. Like it's very smooth, like you said. But, I want to make sure that we are fair. Kamala and Tim did actually meet the press shortly after. Right next to a jet engine.
Hey, put the kids in front of the engine, please.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I've never seen anybody get sucked into one of those.
Oh my God.
What the?
Hey, Kamala, step back a little bit.
Your response. Governor.
Oh, he's fruity.
I can't hear you over this jet engine.
We're going to make a Girl Scout smoothie in a few minutes.
You know what you had the option to do? Stand on the others, to the front of the plane, away from the engines. Like, what?
Oh, that's not exciting.
I think it's just really stupid. By the way, 18 days. The counter continues. 18 days, and not one question answered from a reporter. Not one press conference held. Not sitting down in an unscripted moment.
No, they just removed Biden and they plugged her into the machine.
We do have an unscripted moment.
Do you really?
Yeah, when she was doing her event, I think it was either in Eau Claire or it was somewhere else. Maybe it was Michigan. But yeah, she got heckled by protesters.
She did get heckled. I remember that. And she's like, if you want Donald Trump to win, just say it. Otherwise, I'm speaking. And they're like, yes, that's what we want.
She's doing an I'm speaking thing again? Yeah,
This is what I told you she was going to do if Donald Trump debates her, which he should. I'm speaking, sir. Do we have that clip? Let's do it.
Yeah.
I need audio.
Our fight against the climate crisis, and he intends to end the Affordable Care Act. You know what? If you want Donald Trump to win, then say that. Otherwise, I'm speaking.
Sorry that we pulled it from 1994 quality, but nonetheless, you have it. And you can see it.
She's a strong woman.
She's the most important person in every room she goes to.
That's it. I don't need any more of that. Yeah. She's going to do stuff like that. By the way, if Israel, and they were talking about it right now, Hezbollah seems poised to strike Israel. They're not talking about it anymore. They're talking about Taylor Swift, who I don't really care about at all. Gross. I don't want her to die in a terror plot. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying.
Just her music.
I hope she gets fat.
Oh, don't say that because that stays with you.
I think
that's
she could mean. She could live with some meat on them, whatever the bones, I guess.
Those hips lie. Those hips, they lie.
They don't.
Those
they don't
are
tell any story.
Those are not. Anyway, I would just like Kamala Harris to maybe take a question. We'll see how long that they can keep this up. Guess who is going to be giving a bit of a press conference today? Donald Trump. I believe at 2 p.m. Eastern. He's announced that he's going to go and talk to the press if Kamala won't. But I want to do one thing. I want to go back to the Diageo thing because it does. It affects all of us here. I was looking at the bar here to make sure we didn't have any Diageo products. I don't think that we do. Maybe I haven't done like a really deep dive into it.
Yeah, well,
I don't see any of the most notable names up there, but we're gonna have to do it. But it does put consumers. This whole situation puts you in a pretty awkward situation.
Barkeep, I'll have a double Johnny Walker.
Psst. Hey, that's one of those Diageo brands. That's the company that hates Steven Crowder and won't advertise on X or Rumble.
You mean you don't watch the show?
Maybe, but I highly doubt it.
That's unthinkable. Make it a Don Julio double.
Ooh, nope. That's not gonna work either. It's another one.
Diageo?
Yeah.
How about Irish coffee with Bailey's?
Nope.
A Guinness.
Afraid not, laddie.
Captain and Coke.
Yar.
Crown and Coke.
No way, hoser.
Vodka and Coke.
That's not a Diageo brand, but that's disgusting. No.
Just give me some rubbing alcohol.
Ooh, make it 2. Thank you.
Josh, I think you have a drinking problem.
No.
I'm just going to lay that out there for you guys.
Oh, I'm good at it, man.
I have no problem with it at all.
Yeah, I'm a freaking tank, dude.
Yeah, that's what he does at night. I'm glad you make it in every morning, though. That's fantastic. I would do less cocaine, though, on the way in because it balances out, but not to a certain degree. So, look, all of this, again, make sure that you take full advantage of this promo code FYouTube. That's the letter F, YouTube. Go sign up right now for $24 off. It's one of the deepest discounts that we have ever offered. We want to make sure that we make it sting for YouTube. And obviously now with the target on our back with the advertising. And make sure you support Rumble. Make sure you support Chris. He has got the biggest balls out there. He is in a moment in time for his company where revenue matters a ton. It always matters. But in the startup phase of a company, in a phase where you go public, they are looking at the revenue hard. And Chris could have gone, you know what? We'll get rid of Alex Jones. We'll get rid of Steven Crowder, and we'll get a lot more money, and I'll have a lot more money in the bank. He chose not to. He chose to stand on principle. Make sure you support him. And again, YouTube, click the button or go to louderwithcrowder.com/Mug Club to join today. Do it, or Nick DiPaolo is gay. Let's go to Mug Club.
All right. I'm going to switch it over.
Oh, sorry. We have a little fun during the break here. By the way, Nick.
Yes.
Is not gay yet, I guess. We're trying to determine based on the number of new people coming into this portion of the show. Mug Club, thank you very much for your support. We really do appreciate it. Maybe he'll be gay. I don't really know. But you do have some shows this weekend that are absolutely not gay. Wow. Just that's why you're not gay. That's because that was a pathetic attempt.
Well, look at
Nick,
the size
if you're going
of
to
this
do it,
thing.
commit to the role, okay?
Look at it. It's like Terrell Suggs' dick in front of him.
I'm not sure how you would know that.
her rolling up, Uber black Cadillac, high heel boots and a sexy body full of tats. Baby's bad, oh baby's hella bad. After her there ain't no coming back. Wanna take a run at that. I think she's feeling me, turn it up a few degrees. My imagination of her body gets the best of me. Oh gosh, she's such a tease, bitten lips, bruised knees. I'm addicted to her, need her touching me. Cause she got a bad little waist, and we tearing down this place. Off the liquor that we chase, got some egos to the face. Baby, I don't need no space. Coming closer for a taste, and I'll show you how I make everything just fade away. Cause she's like sex, drugs, cocaine, body so insane. Jealous of the clothing that she wears up on that tight frame. All game, no shame, baby came here to play. I feel like an addict cause she's sex, drugs, cocaine. Got a fine little body and her mind's kinda naughty. They say that once you taste it, you cannot replace it. She could get you high, all the dopamine inside triggers fast once she's naked. Her body's a creation. They say the devil made her for his entertainment, but even he couldn't learn how to contain it. Her high heels make a damn good statement. There is no replacement, a body by Satan. Cause she got a bad little waist, and we tearing down this place. Off the liquor that we chase, got some egos to the face. Baby, I don't need no space. Coming closer for a taste, and I'll show you how I make everything just fade away. Cause she's like sex, drugs, cocaine, body so